Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down to crypto TA, and the market is green. Green, green, green. Let's take a look at bubbles this morning before we get into some moves that happened over the weekend. Ethereum doing really, really well. H bar did really good. Solana was a banger this weekend. Low liquidity, so we're gonna see how we perform today. Dominance took a hit, and I'm being teased this morning. All right. Oh boy. Let me minimize myself. All right. So, as you can see, tons of green, tons and tons of green. Very, very well here. Ray, Cake, Lido, Hex. Yeah, it's a lot. AVAX, I like that. So a lot of people are not expecting too much from AVAX, but I can tell you right now, not financial advice. It looks really good. It looks really, really good. So let's take a look at, let's take a look at dominance first. So dominance, as you can see, was this Friday. I messed around here and I posted on this, and it looked pretty decent here for a minute as dominance was starting to get a little bit of a bounce. And then you can see here from the indicator how we did put in a bear div here, and we continued to have this bearish rise here as price slipped down and below the dynamic cloud. So that's sort of rolling over here, still holding the support over here in the ascending channel. And also, I believe that this is, see which EMA this is. I have it on here. So this is a 1,000 running across here. This sort of white line here, that's the 1,000. It's also still holding within the lower bounds of the Bollinger Band. So that's really what I've been looking at with this. Just looking forward to break the ascending trend line and to lose the Bollinger Band. So I want to see some expansion and price start to drop below here. The indicator is still holding within the cloud as well, but so far dominance looks a little trashy. So we'll see what that does for us. On the chart here, I didn't play around too much with Bitcoin over the weekend. I did take a short here at the top side of this resistance here. So I'm holding that for now just to see how that's going to go. Volume was relatively low, of course. You know, it was the weekend. You had a few spikes here and there. And at first, it really just seemed like it was distribution, but we just kept chopping at this top side here. So we just continued to chop here. And yeah, we ended up getting the break to the upside. There was a little range within here. Let me go back to this chart over here and I can show you. Let's see, where were we at yesterday? Not yesterday, but here we are. So we had this little inside range here. I did play around with this range over the weekend. So I did a late long right in here when we came down to the bottom of the range here and we got the bounce up. And I took a quick little short here as well. Didn't expect too much from that. We just kept banging our heads up against this top, and that's when I knew we were gonna, just get this break here to the upside. We did a lot more than I thought we were gonna do because the 4-hour is a little bit bearish. And I did post that on my account that the 4-hour was something to watch out for and to not be a trap trader. So here on the 4-hour, you can see that we were getting this rise out of the dynamic cloud. At this point here, this is where we were banging before we got the breakup out of that that range from that mother bar with those inside candles. and then eventually it completely engulfed. So all throughout this point here, we were riding above this white line here. But then once the white line came over the top side of it and we hit the top side of this resistance zone here, that's when I took the short there. So I'm just holding that to see what we're going to do. We did leave a pretty big gap on CME. So if I look at CME, there are actually two gaps on CME. So let me do here. So you can see this one gap here for CME. Take that center line out. So there's this gap here, and this is, depending on what time frame you're using, it could be slightly off. So that's all the way down to $118, $118,480 there. And then there's this small little speck here. I think it's that Luxalgo that makes that really difficult. Okay, so right here, there's a small gap here at $120,615 here. So we have some things to look forward to. I know that there was some news that came out over the weekend as well. It's really hard to say which gap we would fill first, but right now we are hitting some resistance. So I'm leaning towards that resistance, holding, and price coming down first. That's kind of cute. My stop loss is in place nonetheless. Looks like a little flag here on the 15-minute on the CME. See anything that, yeah, could see a breakup. That's kind of cute. I don't think that we'll continue to leave behind these gaps, that's for sure. We're at a point now where dominance is, declining. And if it continues that way, then of course these gaps will start to get filled. Put this back on my 4 hour here. Now I did go back and look at this here from the 8 hour. So there were like two areas in here. Well, not two areas, but two different patterns in here. So this is the more respectable one at the moment. You know, prior to this one here, prior to this, I was looking at this one. And this is the one I was looking for potentially breaking down from, rising channel formation here on the 8 hour time frame. You can see how we were treating this a little bit as resistance here as well. And of course, we got that breakdown and a reclaim back up and into the rising channel formation here. So right now I am leaning towards this one. Now this looks like a little bit of a cleaner flag. Beforehand I didn't like it at all, but that's a lot cleaner now than before. You actually have two touches in here now versus going back to the left of the chart to make something that actually wasn't a pivot into a pivot. So now it makes a lot more sense to draw out the pattern and say you have two touches to the top and two touches below. And we're currently outside of it. But again, the 1 hour time frame, the 4 hour time frame looks really bearish in my opinion. But that's just a wait and see how that goes. Ethereum. Let me see. Take this away. Take volume away. So I quit drawing the patterns on Ethereum. I know we talked about this being some sort of a Siamese twin, inverted head and shoulders, and that I don't really like doing head and shoulders formations when they're at the top of a pattern or the top of price action. But so far, Ethereum is doing pretty well. Was a little falling wedge in here, and then we just kept coming back to the golden pocket 786. And let's see. So I guess I continue to look for that move up here to about 4,008 for Sol. Now Sol did have some bearish divergence on it over this weekend, and it remains. So let me take away some of this noise here. But you can see how the RSI, we're sitting much lower here, and price action is up here. And so, yeah, price action's doing this. The RSI is doing this. So it's going down. It's down. So we do have some bearish divergence in here. I just kind of watched that. Could get a retracement today. If not today, then tomorrow. If we don't invalidate the bearish divergence, at least. I think Sui may have been the same situation, or anything that really got a pump over the weekend may be the same. For 4,008, still looking for that target to be hit. See what volume looks like here on this 4 hour. Yeah. And there's the volume divergence as well. So any sort of patterns that were drawn out here, with the exception of that very first one. So this was the very first one where we had the this pattern. And you can see how when we got the breakout with some volume, but we stalled out in here. That's the only thing that I can say is true right now. We went into the weekend and price just wasn't doing as well. And so we have this, I don't know, potentially squeeze from the low leverage players over the weekend that push price up, but volume is also diverging here. So you have bear dips on your volume as well. So no breakouts, no patterns. I saw a lot of people doing like this ascending channel. There was no volume breakout for that. This volume is all the way over here with this candle. So yeah, illegitimate patterns. XRP still wrestling with this little pivot in here, but nonetheless, again, lack of volume, diverging on volume, and likely diverging here also on the RSI. This one's actually okay. XRP looks okay there, but still diverging on the volume. And this is the 4 hour time frame. And let me see if anything with this looks similar. It looks like it could get engulfed. It's not confirmed just yet, but with this rise, I would say once this white line is actually above it, and we can tell that it has this cloud cover, then we may see a little bit more of a drop here. And that could be across the board for some of the altcoins. But that's XRP. And if XRP comes down, I would be looking for it to actually lose this VWAP. I mean, could get a second attempt down here to hold this zone as well. So let's just say if it doesn't hold VWAP like it did before with the bounce here and how it front ran it a little bit right here, then I would be looking for XRP to come down to 274. That would be the next target. And to the upside, if we can just flip this little pivot here, may have some resistance. It looks like I can move this now. I'm just going to put this here. Beyond this point, there really isn't a lot to look at, but it's about 347, or potentially another attempt here at these equal highs here to take that liquidity there for XRP. Let's see, Solana didn't have the volume to back up this breakout here either. I posted on this right here and I said it looked really nice, but we didn't have the volume to back up this move on the breakout. Let me look back here on the 1 hour with this. Yeah, so you can see how when we got the breakout, how volume is just, yeah, it's in the shadows here. I would definitely be locking in some profit from the weekend if you haven't done so already. Switch this chart. So that's for Sol, but let's just say for some reason, you know, it's Monday. They call it False Move Monday. If we do continue to pump here again, looking for that 207, I don't really see anything engaging up here otherwise. But yeah, I'll be looking for that 207 to be hit. And to the downside, we could just come back down here where we were before, around 178. And I think that we were bouncing off of everything was bouncing off the 200 EMA. So yeah, I would say about that 178 here. Suey. You know what? I should have bought on Friday. Even when we looked at it, was it Friday? No, it wasn't Friday. It was Thursday. When we looked at it on Thursday, and I was like, you know what? I was asleep. You know, had been watching this zone right here, this one, and then there was this one. But we were saying we really wanted to hold above the monthly level of support and flip that into actually monthly level of previous resistance, and make sure that we flip that into support. Price had actually not moved too far away, and I just didn't enter on this one. But Sui looks really nice. Do got some high volume in here, bearish volume on Sui. Yeah, just want to ensure that this is not distribution. I do think that there is a chance for Sui to come back down, and I'm looking at this zone right here this time. So this is between 378 and 367. And let me just check something here. If this loads for me. mean to do that. Let's see. Let's see what that is. No, that's 417. Last 24 hours. I mean, if I'm looking at heat map here, and this is just the last 24 hours here for SUI. So this is basically looking at about 417. That is not what I was looking for. But I guess since we are above this monthly level here now, that we would want to flip this into support, because I know that SUI really struggled here with this level for a while. You can see rejection, rejection. We didn't even reach it here. Let me look back a little bit more. Rejection, rejection. So I suppose maybe SUI doesn't return in as deep, but I was really looking for this level right here. So I'm going to keep this in mind. I'm just going to put this here. And so, yeah, we really don't want to see this one again. So I'm going to just line that out. So I guess we would just look at 417 for starters here. For SUI. I mean, surely. Yeah. So we'll just be looking at 417 for now. Let's see about these 25x leverage positions. And look for it to hold the monthly. So we'll just look for it to hold the monthly here. And that's at 412. It did tap it right here. And it got a nice clean bounce up from it there. So maybe this low, just wick this low and keep it moving for SUI. And I do need to update. These levels, I believe, with the exception of this one and this one. I may need to update these now. We'll see. QTD. Yeah. I don't see anything here. I'll put this back to a 2. I really don't have any words for BNB. Yeah. Delete this. I mean, $858. It has some really good volume here. So I'll just leave this one alone. I haven't even mapped out any levels for it, so looking forward to, I know that we were saying potential pause out in here, but yeah. Yeah, it has some good volume. ADA. There's trash volume here on ADA. Okay. All right. So This weekly level here that we were chopping for a minute, well, you saw that momentum line sitting at. If we don't hold this level right here, then yes, I'll be looking back here at the 78. And then that, yeah, where that 200 EMA, which is in this blue here, is also relatively close to. So if it's not holding here, this weekly level here, then I would be looking for it to come back down here. And I do believe that there's a strong potential of us getting a retracement on some of the altcoins. And this definitely has a cloud cover here for Cardano. It's kind of flat now. It's not rising. So there is an opportunity for it to break to the upside. So anytime it gets outside of 86.69, it's worth watching for continuation. And I would just look forward to come back up here somewhere around this 92 and this pivot here. But at the moment, with the low volume and the bear divs on the volume, it looks kind of bearish to me. And I would expect for it to come down a little bit more. Already seeing a squeeze on longs here. RSI is okay though, so no problems there. And oh, that's one. Yeah, this was showing that it was a potential top here. Yeah, so I would just look for that. Doesn't hold this 82.43, potentially comes back down here to about 78 for ADA. And it could be that this was the real bounce zone for altcoins, but with it being the weekend, we just kind of front ran a couple of things. H bar. Looks good. I mean, the news just kind of, I mean, we do have some, I don't want to be biased because I'm in H bar. We do have some bear divs here on the volume. Or at least yeah, some bear divs here on the volume. There. And what point are we at here? As long as we continue to hold this VWAP, I mean, I would like to see that. I need to update this now because it is, this one is from the weekly. So we're in a new week now. So I do need to change that. This is the macro one here, and that one's at 22. So I'm going to delete this one because I need to plot a new one for it. And let me just see this. That looks fine. EMA looks really strong. I don't think we're going to get H bar down there, but in the event that we do, we can already see the weekly level. We lose that, then we would potentially be coming back down. It looks like support is in here. So let me just stick a note into this. And we had a little bit of a reaction in here too, in this candle. So we could just look back here about 24, which I don't know that H bar would come back down here, but if it does, then that's why I'll be looking. And if it doesn't and it continues to pump up, okay, so that's the macro standard deviation 1 here, where we got the rejection at. And when I say that, I can take this away. Yes, we don't need that anymore. And I say that, and I come here to the weekly. chart, you can see what I mean here. So this is standard deviation 1 here. So again, as long as we're holding on, especially on a weekly time frame, as long as we're holding that macro VWAP, which again is at 22, I'm happy with H bar, and I'm really only looking to add to this H bar position. But yeah, we are seeing this rejection once again from this same standard deviation 1 for H bar. So do keep your eyes on that. And if you need to know where to drop your anchor at, then it's off of this low here on your weekly. Weekly volume is kind of garbage too. See what hype ended up doing. Hanging on to this little line here, so I don't think this is any good anymore. Before I delete it, I'm just gonna hide it. Height may have some room to push up higher. Let me see it from. I'm gonna hide my drawings instead. It's really not that. Let me see. 4 hour. Oh yeah. Okay. I like the daily. Let me just see how this has worked in the past for height. It's just not enough history on it. But I think it looks pretty good. I would definitely be spot. I wouldn't leverage on this one. It would be spot. But I like this chart right now in the moment. And I would be looking for it to come back up here to this 47.48. Let me see if I can get anything from this. Maybe USD. Yeah. For now. For now, just in case it's unsuccessful, I'll be looking somewhere about in here, about 46. For hype. I'm just checking back on Bitcoin to see what it's doing. All right, so we are failing a little bit here. And I should probably change this into a zone. So let me do that instead of how I have it. So I'm going to drop this line. So we just need to flip this on XLM. If not, I mean, I deleted the range that XLM was in over here. And looking at it coming down here to this golden pocket, that may not be a thing anymore. I think the last time we looked at it, it was but it was also getting that bounce off of the 2. Not as good. This didn't even really work for it the last time, so I mean, you just have to hope. If you're in XLM, you just have to want this to hold. And that's between, yeah, just 42. You have to hope it holds this time. Because if it doesn't hold this time, if it's coming down here to 40, then maybe it will roll over and then continue down here to this golden pocket that we're looking at previously. Especially if XRP is going to possibly get a continuation down. Then I would expect the same thing for Stellar. So I'll hold this 42. Don't hold this 42. I'm going to have to start looking beyond this point here. I'm going to start with 38 though. Maybe back test and continue down. See if there's any. Whatever that was. Yeah. This can still be the thing, that golden pocket here. Back testing the scene of the crime for XLM. Everything else has pretty much been doing the same thing, coming back to the neckline. So I don't think that this is any different. This big inefficiency right here. We're talking about half of this getting absorbed here. Let me see. Just keep this simple. Keep it simple. Yeah. So there's all lines in here. So golden pocket remains on the table for XLM as a retracement level to get long. If we're looking for a continuation up, I don't like the fact that it would be a bit of a lower high here on the weekly to come back and do that, but it is what it is. Have to lock in profits. All right, Doge. Well, at least it's not price isn't below this white line, so that's okay. We are starting to get a little bit engulfed here on Doge on the 4-hour time frame. It's the 1 hour. Yeah, it's not that bad. That looks like it may have, yeah, it's a bearish pattern here. 6 hour. So those just has to hold 22. I mean, there's the golden pocket. It already tapped the golden pocket here twice. This could be 50%. It's the previous day. No, 50 is probably, let me see, probably what it's hitting. Nope, it's there. To do this from the floor. Yeah, if it's not able to flip this 50% retracement here into an inverse fair value, I'm sorry, inverse fib here and get the bounce off of here, could spell a little bit of trouble. But again, it was what, 22 here? If we just hold this 22 here, then we still have an opportunity to move back outside of the dynamic cloud. I think this is the first time it's been back in it. Yeah. And got this whole move up without coming back into it. So yeah, if we start to lose that, then of course we're engulfed and we could start to roll down a lot more, just like over here. So you start to lose it. Next level would be down here at 20 cents. Back here to this weekly. And I don't think, did it back test the neckline? Yeah, so it's near the neckline now. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. I look at 20 cents. So 786 would be the next area of interest here for Doge. And as long as we're holding this momentum line here, then that feels okay for the weekly time frame, which is 18. So I would just watch those three levels here for Doge. But otherwise, yeah, you lose that. Actually, if we lose where we're at now with that 50, you can already see what the results will be for the RSI here. So we're trying to defeat this cloud cover. TRX. I got a lot of stuff in here on TRX. So it broke through this one. Good. Came back up above that one. It never came down here for the SFP. This is a bullish pattern that it's in. We looked at this on Thursday, maybe Friday. It may have been Friday when we looked at this. And I think I just plotted it out on Friday or something. Yeah, I just plotted it out on Friday. So we never dropped below here. And then we got the breakout. And everything is scattered in here. For Tron. I just don't like Tron. The Coin King does. I don't. Need this bottom line, so I'm just going to take that away. I mean, the next zone up is, say, 34 cents. And I was looking at TRX. There's some short liquidations at 32.66 for Tron. If it gets there. So this pivot right here. And just make my life easier. Yeah. So potentially Tron gets up here, takes whatever liquidity is there, and then rolls over to the downside. Yep. To the downside, if we lose here, then I would be looking for price to come back down here to this 31.04. And then potentially 30. So that's what I'll be looking for Tron. Let me just make sure. Yeah, that looks about right. Lose 31. Maybe Tron falls back down below this trend line here, and then I'll be looking for 31.04. And failure to hold 31.04, I'll be looking for 30. And maybe maybe Tron actually does get that SFP, because there was two potential SFP zones in here for Tron, and neither one mattered. So we'll see. And does this liquidity? It's not too much up here. And I don't think that high is on the table just yet for Tron. Let me look back over here at Biddy. Dominance continues to slip. CME is pushing more and more into that gap. So here with CME, something I was just looking at here on my other chart. Let's see what that was. This little rise right here, it's not bearish by any means at the moment. We might be doing this gap fill today. It can become bearish, but right now it's fine. I would definitely be holding my short, at least until it stops me out. And then that would basically be just coming back here to back test this range from the weekend. Point of control, that's the point of control there. And that's around 117 for biddy. We got some 50x leverage positions in here too. So yeah, I would definitely be looking for these loans in here, which would include my. No, I got in down here, but yeah, I'll be looking for those to get hit today. Let's see if there's anything else interesting here in the chart. Data. Let me see something. I'm sorry, guys. I just need to do something. I was just looking at OP here. So we still got a ways to go on this target for OP, which is $1.25, but some really nice volume is what I was looking at over here for OP. Some really nice volume here off the daily 4-hour, some really nice volume in here. So that looks really nice. Can't be said for many. Yeah, that looks really nice. For a minute, it got kind of touchy in here, but that looks nice. And then on the daily, let's see what that's looking like on the daily. Just flat in here. Held the low of the dynamic cloud there. So that was nice. Let me just slide that back. So held the low of the dynamic cloud. Golden pocket 786. This didn't really do much, but it's fine. I'm gonna delete that. And see, OP is just coming back up above standard deviation 2. Like, just sold off really that bad here. So this is standard deviation 2 to the downside for VWAP. And as long as it continues to hold that, this looks pretty nice. We got a lot of price action in here. Like, this is nothing, but this is just the starter for this weekly chart here. So this, I would actually extend this. I just put it to the first weekly level here, but I would actually start to extend this. And then I first, let's see, right here on the weekly, maybe a trouble zone. And that's 91.80. So we do need to watch that. 91.80. Because I didn't like that on the weekly here. This divergence here on the weekly. So that could be the point where we see a rejection and then price comes back. Because one thing OP hasn't done yet here on this weekly is put in a higher low from all of this sell-off here. So it hasn't put in a higher low just yet. We do need to see that. So that could be a problem. I don't need that. Take that away. I'll keep this one. Keep this one. I don't want to see price come back down to the entry. So here on the daily, I'm going to take this one away. I don't want to see that again. And put this here. Previous week high. Yeah. And times that we stop out right here. Several times. Stopped out here, stopped out here, stopped out there. Resistance here. I mean, support here, support there. $87, $89. $87.15. So I guess we need to start with first getting past this previously weekly high here, and this not being an SFP for optimism. And then I will look at this 91.80 if we can push up a little bit more. If we could do this, and we could really want to see us get above here. But again, this could be a little bit of a trouble zone here for OP. Naturally, or measured move for this formation here would be to take out the high, or to at least return to the high. But then we want to see us put in that higher low. I don't really want to start breaking below this pivot here. So if price comes up, let's just say it manages to flip here, then I want this to come back and hold that support. If we're not doing that and we're seeing a rejection from here, because it is a trouble zone for optimism, then I would want it to hold this 72.86. And so when I look, let me see. I'm saying 72.86. We look fine. Like I wouldn't assume that this is going to be an issue. I don't know what our chances are of getting here right now with all of this resistance in here. So potentially an SFP there. Let's see. I think we hold this weekly level here at 77. I think we definitely hold here for now. And that is some nice volume there. This looks pretty nice. We do have the cloud cover here, so that's lining up with the resistance that we're looking at here on the chart as well. All across there. Yeah. All right, so we're just going to look to hold 77 on any sort of a retracement back down off of this level here. 77. We're not holding 77. Oof. Yeah, be looking for this. $77 as a target for OP coming back down. It's not a lot below here that really makes a difference. We lose that, then I mean, as long as we're maintaining the standard deviation 2 here. Yeah, it's not a lot down here. Not a lot of liquidity down here anyway. Not a lot of foot traffic. I think a lot of people think OP is dead, so it's not a lot of people in here causing damage or giving market makers a reason to really need to come much lower than that. So 77. I'm going to delete this now. This was from the weekly. It did its part over here. So in the new week, I mean, it's still useful. I don't really care to use it anymore past this point, but okay. I'm looking for some good things out of near. We have not taken out this neckline here just yet on near. And we are finally back above this standard deviation 1 here from this macro VWAP. We can hold that. That would be great. Like to see us hold that volume. So weekly though, it'd take forever for that. Possibly this time frame as well. Just stick to the 4 hour. This looks pretty good. And looks like we continue up. So hopefully we do get that break above this little trend line here. And we did this on Friday. So hopefully we get a break above this little trend line here and we get above that pivot and we start to change the market structure here for near. Let's see, 1, 2 rejections here off the 200 EMA, but these ribbons are starting to look really good. So as we do, again, if we just get above here, then we should be pretty good to come into this neckline here. get the closure above here on the daily. May have a little bit of an issue here at this 400. But as long as we can get that closure here, that would be nice. So right now that's what, 292 to 287 here with these two moving averages here. And I think I only have on the 5 and 10 at this. I think I took the 2 out. Yeah, I took the 2 out. So that's the 5 and 10 EMA there. So it's previous daily low here. So if we can hold this, and that is 287. So $2.87. Yeah. Get that break above this 200 EMA here on the daily time frame. Let me look back at OP and see if, no, I don't think we had that issue. But okay, so I do see that that 200 EMA is right here at that 91.82. So yeah, so that gives some extra confluence to this level here, this 91.80, stating that we could have a little bit of an issue here at this 91.80 if price gets to that point, because we've had, you know, some struggles in here with OP. So that's good to know. Same situation here at that trend line there for near. And I would just be looking to add to the near position. And I think currently in the near position, what? I do have a stop loss set for this too. It's just below the entry. And so I didn't get into this one until right over here. And this position is currently up 90%. So my long on this happened from this point. And if I can get it up to here, that would be great. I'm gonna put my entry in here because my entry was 252.9. I do have a stop loss in here for this, and I think it's just below that. It is 252. No, hold on. I got a really tight stop loss. Really tight. I moved it. That was the thing. I moved it. I got a little panicky. Was it earlier last week or something? And so I moved my stop loss. So you really don't see anything in here. And that is terrible. I mean, I could drop it. But it is what it is. 240. I'll change it so it just looks a little better. So it doesn't look weird. And that's the near position right now. So 252.9. So what's happening here? So that would be nice if we can get it up to here. Can probably even add to this again, looking for that rejection here, right about this trend line here, or this previous week high. Just looking back at this, unless we break out and get that push above, it's not bad. So I'll be watching that undo. All right, so we never made it past this daily level in here for undo. I'm just kind of back testing that now. Too many days out. We held that previous resistance level. And I deleted the original pattern that was in here, which was the rising wedge, because undo, of course, did get the break to the upside of that pattern, and I just left the one from the low in here. All right, and so currently we could come back down here, maybe sweep some liquidity from what was a previous level of resistance. The way we bounced off of it here, we could come back down in here because volume is going out as this price is rising here. So we could reclaim this, come back down and test this again. But right now we are hitting the bottom side of this trend line here. But if we push up and get back above this trend line, back into this daily region of resistance, and I will be looking for price to break out of here and get up here to this golden pocket, potentially this golden pocket here. And it's 126. Show my 1 hour. See what that looks like. There's anything in here to it. Okay. I mean, I like that. Yeah, so if we correct and we do, I mean, we're already below whatever sort of a trend line was here for undo. So maybe we come back and take this liquidity right here at this previous day low here. And if we do that and we don't SFP and get the move back up, then I'll be looking for us to come down here to 99. Back down here to 99. For undo. This is looking pretty good. Except the trash volume. Everything's going to get a retracement in my opinion. Excuse me. Bitcoin is starting to put in some bullish divergence on the 15-minute time frame. Let's see if that comes with any caveat here. No. Why is this like this? I have no idea. Yeah. I don't know why that is like that. Yeah. Positive delta cross here on the 15-minute with some bullish divvies coming in here for Bitcoin on the 15-minute as well. What do we have over here? I'm still quite bearish on this 4-hour, but okay, so we're holding on to this momentum line here. And that is coincided with this low here. We lose that again back here to the top side of the range that we got the break up from. So return to the scene of the crime. And CME again looks the same, holding on to the previous day high. And I am only, of course, I've stopped using the sort of leverage that I was using before, which, I mean, I still don't think that that was a lot. So on my short, I'm only up like 8.37% with the 10x on this position here, just based on us hitting the top side of the resistance here and the volume as well. So that's this setup here. 119,760. I actually got in off of this candle right here. I think we come back for this. These were very equal here at that point, so that made sense. And we could see whatever liquidity is down here at the point of control. I'm not going to get ahead of myself and say that we do that much. Because actually, if we lose here, we could start to roll over a bit more. This is 4 hour. The last time I ignored this, and it was, it was that 3 hour that was looking like garbage for us. And I kept saying it, and I was saying it on stream, that the 3 hour looked like garbage. I was still sitting here like, I don't see a reason to short. I don't see a reason to short. And yeah, kapooey. All right. I've let my breakfast sit here for at least an hour and a half. So I'm just going to enjoy that. I'm going to take myself away for a minute. But I am here while I eat my food. You brought me hot coffee too? Oh. thoughts on this? Let's see. I mean, the bullish divergence looks nice. Just trying to see if we'll get a bear div on that. But if not, then might also need to wait on this. 7 more minutes on this 15-minute candle closure. If it follows up with another green candle, let's see. Hold on. Let me move that. I think that was like 50% of this candle. Yeah, that was about 50% of that candle there. So I'd say with this being like a piercing candlestick right here and the bullish divvies down here on the RSI for the 15-minute time frame, this might be overreach in its current state here. But that's not bad, especially coming off of the golden pocket. I'd rather see it go below the golden pocket, come back up, back test it, and then go. But this may not be bad here for the 15. Have to wait for this candle to close though. I mean, you can be aggressive, but I'd rather ensure that this candle is actually going to work. Let me look at a 5-minute. I'm sorry. Let me just make this so it's not visible from here. Yeah. 5 minutes actually below the 200 EMA. 15-minute 200 EMA is right here. So again, I do like this. I do like it with the bullish divergence. It's hitting a 400 right now. Large red volume candles in here. I'm sorry. That was, what was that at? I was just looking to see if that was making sense, what I was looking at. That this could actually be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And even if it doesn't come back to here, maybe just back in here, this holds. That is what it could be. Could be. Could be that. There's no overlap there. And then we do the ABC and maybe just back in here. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we just come back in here. It's not bad. Because we can still do that. It can still come back up here. Let's see. Mhm. Really don't need that bottom line. I don't really see the volume coming from this candle here. Like I'm looking at my computer like, is it not updating? Because this candle looks aggressive, but that volume is petty. Oh my gosh. It's about to be a full-on outside bar. Hmm. Just at the low of the dynamic cloud. If this, I'm just gonna pull this in. Just in case. So I'm just going to walk through my expectations if this fails here for any reason with this 15-minute, just based on the bullish divvy here on the 15-minute, the positive delta cross, which it is right now a little bit of a bear div against the MACD itself. But there's no strong volume behind this candle drop here. But let's just say that this doesn't work out. I would not get interested again unless We came back down here. We came down here to where the 786 and the top side of this range was, and back tested this. And I would look for the reaction from this point. That's one way of me getting interested. And the second way of me getting interested is if we do, just say this candle does something like this and we come down. Let's say we take this out, we come back up into here, and we come back and we back test the golden pocket and then come back up. I'd be interested that way. So at that point, I will look for this to be an inverse golden pocket here. Yeah. So just one more time, I'm interested here. If this fails, and then I'm interested in the golden pocket again. If we do break here, come back up, or not come all the way down here, but if we just break it, hold that 200 EMA, come back up, back test into it, and then get the push out, I'm interested in that way. When I look over here, back over here on this liquidity, you see what this 118.1 is? That's going to be exactly where I'm looking at for coming back to the scene of the crown, where we got that breakup over the weekend out of a little bit of a range that we were forming there. So I'll be looking for that. See how we respond there. And then what is that? 117, 276. I mean, we have to get through this point of control. We lose that, then, I mean, there's no point in really looking at it too much. But there's no volume back in this, so I feel okay with it. Or maybe it's just blowfin. That's gonna suck if this is just blowfin volume. See, it's Binance. Yeah. See, Binance volume is higher. I might need to stop. And I said this the last time too. I may need to stop using Blowfin's chart and start using Binance. I did. I just need the gummy. I just need the gummy vitamin. Thank you. This is scaring me a little bit. The slow motion. Okay, so close that. That did put us below the dynamic cloud. It did put us below the dynamic cloud on this 15-minute time frame. Still above the 200 EMA at this moment, though. We coming into that here. And this stop is the stop. So again, if it just comes below, it comes back and then treats this as an inverse. So it has to break above it and come back and test it again. Otherwise, I mean, it looks like a bounce is coming in, but gap fill it is. Let me just check open chart. Is there anything here? There isn't one. Take 95. Oh, I can delete these now. see that we were breaking that. That volume is actually increasing on this drop. And this is the line in the sand here for that fifth wave. If it is a fifth wave, it would be the line in the sand right here. That's correct. 4. I'm gonna soup up my Binance chart because I'm gonna switch it from 12th in. I don't think I have levels in here. And that looks like it's gone. Ish. Yeah, we're totally going down there now. I'm just going to type this in. Let me. Isn't that annoying? Yeah. Again, it would have to do this for me at this point, like I stated. Let's just say that I would have to do that now. I just have to keep looking at this and rolling my eyes. What's the low of that? 118,486. It almost seems too perfect. If it does it, I cannot guarantee that it does, because it did take out that stop there. Only if it does something like that. It's too close. Leave it. It's no volume is no good over here on Blowfin. I'm gonna go ahead and switch this one chart. Let me do this first. That actually looks really good on him.
It looks cool.
Yeah, it's nice. All right, love you. All right, again, I'm going to switch this chart over to Binance chart. It's just Blowfin volume is throwing me off a little bit right now. And with that, this is just from my short position, so can delete that. It's going to be the same thing for me here. Sorry. where again the price comes back and does a V shape into here. I'll keep the target the same. So if it does that, if it doesn't, I guess it just goes on. And this would be based on this liquidity here. Oh, EGL. Let's see. This was the range, which is just down here at the low. And this is the long position I'm currently in. This is done. I don't know how likely this is to happen, but actually I'll put it right here. That's this. Stop that out right there. I just push that in. And then my short. Why not watch me get stopped out? I actually like to see this come back down. Take out this liquidity here. Or move somewhere back in here. Maybe even this. And this is a tight stop. Let me see what I got my stop loss set to on this. First of all, my entry. $119, $760, 0.2. It's my entry. I don't know why I did that. See what my stop loss is. $19,917. That is my stop for this. And I really just decided to play with all of this late. It's my long. Let me see which one this is. No. That's my short right there. I'm just going to slide this back because of the lines and slide that back to there. And that one. And here, I'm going to delete that one. Come back over here to this 5 minute. And if it gets back above this 200 EMA over here on the 5 minute time frame, then I won't expect for it to come back down to that golden pocket. If it does that, this is the 5 minute 200 EMA. Yeah. And I can turn the volume back on over here. May not happen. Again, if it gets back above the 200 EMA over here on the 5 minute time frame, then if that make more sense? Potentially. It did. Let me check on alts a little bit. The dominance is coming up ever so slightly. It's still bearish at the moment, but it is coming up ever so slightly here. Bouncing off of that standard deviation 2 from the Bollinger Band. I can take away this nonsense. Falling wedge, it did not do. Just the bear divs all across here. And you can see this ever so slight bounce here on dominance for Biddy. And with that little bounce, of course, we've seen a little bit more of a correction here over on the alts. That's ETH, XRP, Solana, and SUI. Again, for that SUI, we're going to be looking to see if we can get SUI back here to where this monthly level is. Test that again, possibly. And that's 412. As Bitcoin is going on without, yeah. I mean, I'm still in my loan from over there. I didn't enter another one here, but I wanted this to be a good one for anybody that was watching, but it did ever so slightly wick into the low here. The stop loss. Some people don't count the wick. Some people don't. But a stop is a stop, and it hit it, and I knew it was still going to be possibly good with that EMA sitting there, but yeah. And that's not bad if it flips this into support back above that 5. Then you can look for these highs over here again to be taken, because there's liquidity sitting there with those equal highs there, relatively equal highs there. Fair value gap in here, which I don't know. This isn't clear yet, but I mean, it's breaking it a little bit here. We're piercing it, but I don't know. I wouldn't call that clear just yet. Some nice volume on that here. Nice volume. RSI looks good. Must have been a squeeze in here. I'm just looking at this chop, just sort of indicates that there was possibly a squeeze in here. Okay. A little bit.
For the linesman to move forward and
I like to listen to Alex O Crypto. If you guys don't know who that is, I'm a fan. I actually started watching his channel because of his connection with his family. Thought that was beautiful. I just realized it was past 8 o'clock and he was actually streaming. The only thing I can't do with his channel is take those quick trades. I have to have room for my stuff to move. Means even when I scalp, it still has to give me at least a 3 to 1. But I'm sure it works for someone who has, maybe you're putting like $100,000, because I think that's what he does. If you're putting that much money on a position, then that's fine for you. It's not fine for me. I'm still a small fish in a big pond, so I like this little doji candle over here too. I think that that's these highs right here. I can't actually tell because I'm on the blowfin chart over here on this one. Let's see, I can still do this. But I like that. Let me drop to a 1 hour. Yeah. Probably should have had this set on the 1 hour because I definitely would have said to get in right there. That hammer candle there. Nice little hammer. Coming into resistance. Again. With these lows. So I need to have. Minimize that. Come here. I still believe in you, inverse. I still believe in you at the moment. One thing too about this 4-hour time frame, and let me just state this for the record. Here on this 4-hour, slide this back in. You can see how extended we were here on the money flow here. And not just that, RSI still looks pretty nice. Do have a bit of a cloud cover there. We already covered, no, it didn't have any bear div there. Only on the delta, I believe it is. So only here where we have the negative delta cross here. But this is diverging against the MACD, so the MACD still positive. You can see too, because we haven't even made a cross below that 0 line, and that's when you know that the MACD crossed its signal line when the delta crosses the 0. So we look here, then I can just take these two away right there. You can see we still have the positive MACD here, even though there's the negative delta. And again, that's just diverging against the delta itself. which technically would give the 4 hour a little bit of bullish divergence right now from the delta. That is exactly what that would be doing, because we're not below, even though I don't like that rise there, we're not below. We're not below this point here, and the delta is already below that. So that's a little bit of bullish divergence in its current state. That's what that is. So this is back to looking pretty, yeah. I say it's going to continue up from here. Not going to get this likely. Likely not going to get that. So, yikes. But still extended here on this money flow. Money flow likely would diverge if we come up here and take that out. But as we do start to, if we do start to push up, we still have to wait for market open. But if we do start to push up, be looking back at this top again, back here. And if we break that, then I would be looking at 121st and then potentially coming back in here around this 121 zone. And I just separated the two because I based this one on a 4 hour and this on a daily, which is the same for this one. This is a daily average range. This line right here is a daily average range. And so is this one, a daily average range. The same way VWAP would calculate something is how I calculate these zones. And it looks like the 15-minute, I'm going to take this away because we can see where that is. I have it lined out here. So it looks like with the 15-minute, there could be an explosive move take place here. Looks like there's a squeeze on the Bollinger in here. So there's a little bit of a squeeze here. Just as there was low volatility in here too on what I was thinking, and may stand correct of this being an ending diagonal from a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waves down here off that 15-minute. Let me see if that's 50. Yeah. So that's 50 here. I don't know if this one, I usually do golden pocket for fib retracements. I think yesterday I was watching something and it did do like a inverse on the 50. But that would just look better, be double bottom. And then on the 15, it's just a rejection from the standard deviation. 2. a slight cross here on the delta on this 5 minute time frame. It looks like it would confirm. MACD still okay, but slight cross there on that delta. RSI, although it still looks pretty decent, it could actually drop back below here. Just looking at it. And that's just a little slight cross there. Nothing serious. This can just be A, to be honest. Since it is an ABC correction right behind a 5 wave, this could just be A. Get B, which, I mean, we may have to look at this level here. Unless this is B, I want that to be B. But if you're long, then I'm happy for you, and I want that to be B if that's it. And then C wave up. Again, C can just stop right in here in this box, but probably there. So if this is, let me see. think we had a line on this before. I think we did, for this little bit of liquidity that's sitting in there. Let me change the color so I don't get it confused with those daily levels. And let's just say it was. And we were ever so lucky. Let's see if there's anything else I can see in here. Like, did it one read? Three. Check back in on dominance. It's in the same place as before. Sue is getting a little bit closer. Bitcoin is still same spot, but Sue is getting a little bit closer here to this monthly level. Be looking for that to hold. I mean, and again, if it doesn't, I am bypassing this zone in here. It could still be worth taking a look at. It's about $4 to $3.92, just if we don't hold here. It's not just a sweep and then a continuation. And then of course, you know, this is what I would really like to see. Just taking back some of what happened over the weekend. Solana still holding here. I'm just going to take this line away. XRP, if it does come down, I'd be looking for it to sweep these equals down here and possibly get a bounce up away from there. Just SFP of the previous day low, possibly there. And then of course, again, if that doesn't work, then I'll be looking back down here to where this VWAP is, around $3.02. Then you can see the upward levels here. And Ethereum so far still holding on, same place here, previous day high. It also look like it may be the previous week high as well. So let's just say the previous week high there. I suppose we want this low to hold in here of this range if we come down. So that's 37.58. Just find some support off of this here. Okay, currently just holding the high from there. What else am I missing? Let me just look back at this thing. H bar. Looks like a little bit of a head and shoulder over here on H bar. And just because it's here, we'll just try to measure something out. Just in case. Nothing wrong with being prepared. So that would bring us back into these lows, it looks like. That's 26. Let's see how that goes. I haven't looked at this one. Because this VWAP. Yeah, that's your VWAP there. I think this is macro. Is it? Yeah, it is. So you want to see cost hold there. Bitcoin doing all right. Forgot I had it on over here too. 5 minute. MACD is crossing now on that 5 minute, on this 5 minute time frame. It got pretty let's see here. The money flow here. And then I don't see any divergence on that. Mm-hmm. Let me actually put this on here instead. Again, this can simply be an ABC. If this was a 5-wave here, it would be saying A, B, C. If it's taking out this low, then likely it's not the ABC. Let's see if I should keep this level here, if I should take it away. No, I can't take that away. Dominance is going higher, so of course altcoins are continuing to bleed out a little bit more here. And again, this white line here, that's the daily level. It's an average level where a lot of retail money spotted the reversal. I think that one was from yesterday. I think so. 5-minute holding this can also make sense. I'd rather it look like a double bottom, but five minute holding here is going to look better too. That is the same. It's all synced, so it is the same. It's kind of cute. You know what? What did I have us looking at on that 5 minute? Let me do it from here. No, I can't do it from here. I need to do it from here and just make sure I didn't have us looking at something else. I did. Or did I? No, that was correct. Yeah, that was correct. Okay. I thought I did something wrong. You know, that golden pocket is sitting right here. And I'm not saying that, again, I'm not saying that price can't bounce away from there. I'm just showing what I would like to see happen, because it can. If it just holds here, then it has a stronger chance of actually pushing through here the next time. So either an inverse or a double bottom, either one could be nice. And let's just pretend for a second, just pretending. I have no idea where this would end, but that would work. Just pretending. I think, again, that was the golden pocket, I think. Yeah, so golden pocket. Then 786 would be back here where I'm looking for the inverse of this golden pocket here to hold. Price has to be quick here, because if it isn't, then have a problem. Simplify this. Take that away. Take that away. About 15 minutes till market opens. And let me look at one other thing here too. Yeah. Let's see. Do this from here. Oh, we haven't tapped that yet. If we're not reacting because we're rolling over here, don't bother with it. We're really not responding to it. Mhm. Yep. Again, no reaction here. If we were going to get it, it would have came in aggressively right there for starters. So I don't know how good this is actually going to work out. We don't want to, if we're taking out this low, we're doing something completely different. And again, that would be what we talked about earlier, the second point of interest, which is coming back here to the scene of the crime here for this range that we got the breakout of over the weekend, back into this level. And that's also where we have that liquidity sitting at, I believe. do, yes. We're definitely doing something different. This doesn't look like a successful SFP. I'm going to say that now because it doesn't. Take this away because we didn't do that. This doesn't look like it's going to be a successful SFP. Check on that CME gap while we're doing that little move right there. Dominance absolutely shot up here on the 1 hour time frame. I'm gonna drop this golden pocket. It's that first bit of liquidity we're gonna come into right here again, here at this golden pocket. And just to show you that over here, 618, 618, and that bit of liquidity right there. And then if we look down lower, we're gonna be down here around that 786, where I have that next potential spot at. We can watch it off of this chart too, if you prefer. It looks like we're rolling. I can't change settings or anything on this, unfortunately. Well, let me see. No, that's the only thing they'll let me change is color. I can't even put a magnet on, turn the magnet on so far. But we haven't tapped into the golden pocket from over here. It's that one little bit of liquidity. Where's my zero? Where's my zero? 786. Let me make sure that's right. I don't want to be doing something that's not right, and that may not even be right. Make a 1 hour. If I do, can't see. I'll do that, and then it's more like the 786. This is where I had it before. The 618. Hmm. Either way it goes, it's between that level and this one down here that we were looking at. That's a nice aggressive candle. Jeez, bitty. Five minutes, loving it. Minute. Set that off at this low. Move this back up to here. This didn't get hit either, so it doesn't matter. Just wait and see if it will. Adjusting that. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I just need you to drop a little bit more. All right. Move this one right here. If it does this. Let's see. See, that could have been a perfect TP too if it just dropped a little bit more down into here. Where the take profit was at for that. I needed to do. Let's see. No, I don't need anchor VWAP. Yeah, we have this. It's starting to look like a little head and shoulder over here. With this liquidity over here up for grabs though, so I don't know how successful it will be in terms of a head and shoulder. I mean, price wouldn't invalidate the head and shoulder until it came back up here anyway, but this liquidity here would definitely get taken. Get it. I think it ever took it before. So, with that said, yeah. That will get taken. I don't even know if I still like this anymore. I can put it back on the liquidity chart too. But you know we're looking here, but I don't know if I like it anymore. And if not there, then yeah. So we know where we're looking. That is within line with this one here. If it comes into that, it's not much. But if not there, then our 786, our low of that range. But the it will be down here. It will be right here. We see this liquidity at right here. This is that. Well, we have that point of control sitting right in between us. And that is sitting off of this little point right here. So there's nothing really here where you have this little group of people right here. Small group of people looking to go long right there. Tweezing bottom at the moment. And then you have the limit orders right here waiting on this. And again, right here at our low. Change this color. Okay, so that was the golden pocket. I meant the 618 tap there. Didn't actually take that liquidity right there though, or fill those limits. But that was that golden pocket. So that was that. And I just moved this, and I honestly don't like it sitting there now, but that was that. But still didn't take that little bit that was down there, so that's a little concerning. That is a little concerning. Would like to see that go away. It wouldn't make sense for me to be at the door and yeah, and not come into it. But and we just filled half of that gap, that CME gap as well. So half of that CME gap was just filled. Oh, actually, we didn't. So just really quickly, like that's the midpoint of the CME gap here. So we didn't even quite tap that either. We did lose the 200 as well on the 15-minute time frame. So now we're on the 400. And we'll know that they took that little bit of liquidity and filled those orders once it hits this green line here, which is the top side of the range. But for now, we have lost the 200 EMA here on the 15-minute, and we're just here where the 400 is at. That makes this a little bit more risky. And it's still going down. That makes it a little bit more risky. I'm just letting that be known. Take that away. All right. So if this works, expect for these equal highs to be taken here. Does it manage to come up here for that liquidity that we know is sitting here? Potentially. Only if this works right now. Let me see. As the 5 minute is making an attempt. I mean, still didn't take that small amount of liquidity or fill those limit orders there. So I'm worried about that. Because if it comes back down here again, I honestly don't expect for this to work. I would be looking to come lower. Point of control, you can see where that is at. That's 118, 022.3. And this is, did I move that? Yeah, 118, 118, 022.33. That is where that is sitting at. And then, you know, if we lose this point of control, trying to get down here into this liquidity here. Well, we could come lower. So we want these highs to hold. Want the highs to hold on this. Doesn't hold. We look to the lows for this liquidity here to be taken here, where this one is sitting at here. So you can see where that entry is, which can be modified. I usually like to come off of this a little bit, this low, if that were to happen. But you would have to minimize like where, yeah, see that's a 10 and that's the next level here for support. It's right here, potential support. I don't know if we come past that. I would have to, right now that's a 12. Yeah, this can definitely come down some more. I'm gonna shut it here. It's 22, which would still make that favorable. Low leverage, should that happen. I'm gonna take that away. And that is what I would be looking for. So if this doesn't work, to come up here to take out this, and this did again when we moved it, the other few that did execute. If it comes down here again for that little bit of liquidity, I don't expect for it to hold. I'd be looking here again at these lows. So happy trading. It's 10 o'clock. I didn't even cover stock market. And I need to go wash my face. I hate looking like a clown. Or feeling like a clown. Let me put it like that. So I want to go wash my face and watch some Netflix and chill. This comes back up here to this 118, 756 TP. because if it rejects here and doesn't take out these equal highs, because we're starting to slow down a little bit, like I said, I don't think that this works again. I don't think that that little small amount of liquidity that sits here at the top side of this range will matter enough when there's more liquidity sitting here. It's 117,769.32. There with the stop at 117,504.79. On low leverage, it won't hurt. Or no leverage, it won't hurt. Oh boy. Maybe I can give it a minute or two before I sign off. Let me check some additional time frames. Yeah, I don't like the 15-minute moving averages. And then 1 hour. Not crappy. That actually might be it. So this is only a 16 on this stop. You can move it. You can move it below this point of control with the expectation that these equal highs get taken, and then you're looking for this liquidity here to be taken, which would give you a better risk to reward as long as you're taking some profit. You know, if you're just holding on, just waiting for everything to play out and you don't take any profit, then it won't work, because you have to lock in profits. You don't always have to wait for something to get to the very, end of the take profit setup. So if you did something like that, I'm gonna move this back, but I just want to state that. So if you did something like that where you were covering yourself with this, even a 20, let's see, I wouldn't do more than 50. That would still be a good risk to reward. And if you're not getting hit, because you want to make sure you're not just simply holding on to it too. And then it continues to go against you, because if you take a small loss and you just wait for conditions to change, then you'll end up making that small loss back plus some. So don't ever just sit through your invalidation point. But that looks like for the 1 hour. If the 1 hour holds here, then no problem for that little bit of liquidity that's sitting in here. but it is the 15-minute and the 5-minute that kind of look a little bit trashy. I like the positive delta cross, but this is the bear div. Like across here, that's a bear div. Let me slide this over. That's bearish. And then 1 hour. I like that. I like the bullish divergence here off of this 1 hour. So again, the 1 hour looks nice. It's these lower time frames that don't look so good. Let me see this. Point of control and 200 EMA are lined up together here on this 1 hour time frame. So you know that that would be a must hold because the 200 and the point of control are both sitting there. You see that 200 here? This looks like overkill in here. So this holds. There's here, and then there's the option here. But I would think that that would hold. I would think it would. This is still rejecting. Let's see if you can pick that up off of here. It's not quite the same. Yeah, it's not quite the same. Did we measure this out? I'm not sure. Let me. Ooh. I really wouldn't know where to begin with this if it was. Which I don't think, but it's not about what I think. It initially broke it over here. That's the top side of the range there. That's my SUI alert. SUI hit that monthly level. I'm sorry. That is like the worst reaction ever. I mean, it's on it now, so I might as well just do that. But this is like, that's like the worst reaction. Like it's not enough there. As it took that little bit there, it's just not enough there. But again, that's what that 200 is. So we want to hold. It doesn't hold, then I hope these are just small losses. I really do. Um, SUI just tapped into this monthly level here. So if SUI doesn't manage to hold this level here and as support, I mean, piercing is one thing. How it closes on it is going to be another thing. It's like an hour or so on this. If I look at it from this perspective, I come down here to a 15-minute. You can drop to a 15-minute on this just to see how SUI actually behaves here. But again, I would be looking for SUI to come back in here. Like it can still hold in here, but this just seems more interesting to me for a pullback. As I think this weekend price action again is something that the market is going to eat up. And I tweeted that not to be a trap trader too over the weekend. Just don't be a trap trader. It'll probably go down some more if this dominance keeps rising here. Oh, it's not looking good. Yeah, this dominance continues to rise here after getting that little bounce off of the standard deviation 2 here on this Bollinger. It's not breaking this thing just yet. And this is a 1 hour time frame. So Bitcoin is starting to slip here. Even that 200 is starting to slip that 2 on that 1 hour. Like I said, you can move this for the point of control. I wouldn't move it again after that. Just don't move it again if you do for the point of control here. I'm I'm going to leave it how it is here on this chart, but like I said, if you so choose, you can move it below this point of control. But I would leave it alone after that. Because this, again, is only a 16% stop loss. 16. All right, coming to that point of control now. Let me check on that CME gap while dominance is killing it over here. CME is getting the bounce off of that midpoint. Which means Bitcoin has a long way to go. It doesn't hold here. So far, that was a nice little bounce off of that POC. So if you did move that stop, then it's a decent little bounce, but I wouldn't move it anymore. Again, don't move it anymore. Looks like I might get stopped out of my long position from yesterday. And we looked at that earlier, but that negative delta, actually, let me just, while we try to hang on to this point of control, one-hour delta still just poised down. 2 hour, it's all pretty much be the same. About to get a, if not already, if it loses this, then you'll get a MACD cross down as well on that 3 hour. 2 hours already done that. 4 hour hasn't done it yet. Again, it's diverging against the MACD at the moment. Here, 6 hour cloud cover rejection, but I took that short, so maybe that'll work in my favor at some point, or maybe not. Maybe I just get stopped out of both the long and the short. Because I did them on Sunday, I didn't use much money or high leverage. Well, I had it on the 5. But I do have to go. So, yeah, I wouldn't bother to move the stop again. You're gonna start losing a bunch of critical levels beyond this point here anyway. Like it's just starting to look real trashy at this point. Uh, I said I wasn't gonna do that again. Oh, for God's sake. I said I wasn't. 4 hours still flat. I know we started the stream out saying the 4 hour was bearish, and I went on over the weekend and said, watch out for that 4 hour on my account. So do continue to watch out for that. Start losing here, just leave it alone. I wouldn't even bother with this one either. I would just leave it alone until the higher time frames start to look better, because that's just twice that it just didn't hit. So no sense in continuing the cycle. Just wait for some clear validations and just forget about that. Sui's back inside of this range below this monthly level here. So I'm gonna look for that. Ethereum. XRP, so already did Sui. ADA. HBAR. Hyperliquid. XLM. Yep. I have to go. I appreciate everyone who stopped by today. Sorry, it's just, I don't know. Let's see, maximize myself and just say my goodbyes. So really sorry that, yeah, that's just what it is today. We're bearish, it seems, at the moment, to fill in that gap, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to continue to ignore those gaps. But we do still have that one small one that I mentioned earlier at the highs there. But we're starting to lose a bunch of key levels here. So, yeah, I would forget about that other potential entry, at least until things start to look different, at least from a 15-minute perspective. Let's just say that we get a chotch on the 15-minute, then it makes it worth looking back at. I don't trust anything right now, especially not this 4 hour. But yeah, it's trying to bounce again. I don't trust any of it. So with that said, I'm gonna hang on to my short that I have, and which is simply a hedge because I have not been shorting Bitcoin at all. Aside from that, if I get stopped out of my long position, then I guess I'll take the profits off of that short. Whichever one happens first, I'll exit the market. Oh, let me look back at, hold on, before I go. What was I gonna do? Oh, get rid of myself. That's what I was gonna do. And look back at this 8 hour, which I have to look at from below fan chart. that is. That's back below here. For the time being, it is an 8-hour chart, so an hour and 21 minutes from now, we'll know if this actually does stay within this range or if it bounces away from it. But right now, it just doesn't. I mean, this is a bear div here. So this is a bear div here. That's a bear div. And we did the same thing over, what was it at? It was here. This was also a bear div. And I don't know if people have actually been looking at that, just really paying attention to it. But that was also a bear div on this high here too. So both of those were bear divs. And I was looking to give this an exception because it, like I said, it's easier to draw it out now than it was before, to have to keep changing it. But in here, if it wasn't this one again, it was this situation here, which is bearish. So you can see the bearish rise a lot easier this way. So now we're back below this low. And trying to hang on to this point of control. But when that's gone, it starts to look far worse, because then we'll be faced with the 4-hour bearish MACD cross on the 4-hour, I just said it, 4-hour bearish MACD cross. Will be below all the signal lines for the RSI as well. Be below the 200 on the 1 hour, was it? Be below it. What's that? Let me take these drawings away for now. And it was 200 down here, 114. 3, 2. Yeah. 200 EMA there in that point of control. So if this is lost, then I just sit out of the market unless you're short. And I wouldn't open a short at these lows because that's what reverses the market. right. So I've said goodbye a few times, but this is really goodbye this time. So thank you. I love everyone who stopped by. All right, have a good day. Oh, I will update on X. I'm just gonna base this off of the 1 hour time frame, and potentially if we see a change of character here on the 4 hour time frame. Other than that, I would just I would leave it alone. If you weren't already in a short from higher up, I would just leave it alone. Um, and let this thing attempt to fill in the gap because we're already sitting in the gap. So, I mean, almost there. Almost there. So you can see CME is almost there with filling in this gap. Let me just change the color, I suppose. Make it a little easier. Change it to yellow. So not too much more left to go. Oh, sorry, I gotta take myself off so you can see. Let me move that. All right, so you can see, yeah, we're almost here with filling in the gap. 0.32% left over here, CME gap fill. We'll see if we want to keep going or if we, yeah, I mean, maybe it does. I'm just going to put this from all the way at the low. Maybe it does. All right.